Doppelganger, hello, sir. Hello, buddy. Yo, yo. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Vanitude Titan, hello. Yo, yo. Good morning, good morning. Yo, yo. Good morning, good morning. There's still quite a bit. We're not even like 10% in. Yeah, there's still quite a lot. There will be quite a bit of building and scraping. I managed to get the Dark Water box. What is that from? Is that AOS? I don't know what that's from. Is it 40k? Oh, it's the Warhammer Quest thing. That's cool. I'm sure those are being scalped right now on eBay. Right, it's the one with the Nurgleites. Nurgle in the questing group. It's cool. I think the only thing I'd want from that would be like the dwarf. But the sculpts are really good. That box is really, really good. It is permanent stock, yeah. I'm sure people are going to be trying to sell off like the individual units and whatnot, but I most likely will get the dwarf, but it's forever, so that's cool. I'm in no rush. The next time GW gets my money, it'll be for that Gotrek box, and that's pretty much it for a bit. Jesus, excuse me. A victim of the Nurgle Demon Prince. No, they look good. All the sculpts in that box are really unique. It just sucks that, like, the Pestigors and things are going to be gated behind the quest box instead of getting, like, an initial release, which I'm sure they will, but it's going to be some time. I took a bit of time off for my health, but, like, we're back in the saddle. Like, there's no time off outside of, like, excruciating, debilitating pain. So we're going to be here, chilling, and then on the main channel we're going to be doing variety and then, like, regularly gaming in a few days. Yeah. Well, the event ended because I had to go get therapy for my back. My lower spine ended up getting, like, crunched, spasming, inflamed. We don't even know how it was caused, but about a week and a half before the end of the event, I decided to not add time because my back was just so bad that I couldn't even leave the couch for anything. Yep, so I've been going to therapy. I've got my, hopefully, final therapy session on Monday. It's been about, like, what, 6 to 10 sessions? Yeah, it was pretty miserable, but now it's much better. Compared to what it was, it's 10 times better. Is it going to be like that? Oh, they might. It would make sense, because, I mean, not everyone's going to buy the box for, like, Nurgle sculpts. Although I'm sure people will, and then sell off, like, the things they don't want. Yeah. Financially, though, it's not worth it. No, unless you can find people to buy, like, the other stuff, just why spend $200 on a box for, like, a few minis? But people do. But yeah, we're mostly good, though, so... I'm just looking back to, I'm looking to get back to normal. With the gaming, with the variety, with everything. So we've just been chilling here for a few days. Soon enough. Jeez. Phlegm, man, I need some tea. I need some tea. I need new water. Holy moly, my water's full of debris. Just adding back to this thing. Oh. Gwen, hello, sir. Let's see if this is going to help. It is very early here. And I really should be sleeping, but I am not sleeping because I'm a dumbass. My schedule is so bad. It was perfect for like 11 months. And it was ruined in about a week. But that's only for now. Ideally, I get back to normal in the next few days, which I think I will. I'm gonna try and, like, stay up. Try and pump myself full of sugar. Sugar. Early morning hobby. Yeah, that's what it is, sir. Early morning hobbying. Not really interested in doing much, just chilling. Sets you straight in the morning. Gets the blood flowing. Considering all this stuff takes 30 years to get done, every time is a hobby time. When you've got free time, it seems. Give me, sorry, give me 1 sec. 1 sec. I need different music. I need something to wake me up. Like falling asleep here, scraping miniatures for the 9,000th time. Excuse me. Ye good old miniature scraping. I wonder how long it takes for the average person to make a Warhammer army from, like, start to finish. Because I know you could get it done within, like, a day. A day or two if you've got, like, airbrushing and you're a little bit more lenient about building. Which would be cool. Because then you've got something to play with, like, immediately. Well, painted and everything, yeah. Well, you've done a lot, you'd know. Built and painted. Start to finish, as lenient as possible. Not, like, super anal about anything. Just kind of, like, going with the flow. The average hobby experience. $2 to 3 months? Jesus. Mad bro, hello, sir. I suppose so. You only have so much time a day to work on things. And it also just depends on what list you're running. If you're making, like, a giant army, a knight army, it's going to be a little bit easier, but it's always the chaff-heavy armies that are just, like, the hardest to do. Like, 2,000 is a lot. Yeah, for sure. It's even worse when you play Horde. I feel for the guys who are doing, although Tyranids are pretty easy. Considering Tyranids have, like, technically most armies have, like, the same color scheme if you're going to do, like, consistency. But, Yeah, any sort of like infantry heavy army is usually rough. Is always a task. But some people love it. I don't really mind building things as long as I can get to the end of it one day. You just want to be happy with what you produce. That's all that matters. And I think, isn't it that with most editions, the points costs keep going down, so, like, you're technically going to be buying more minis, mostly? Which, if that's the case, you know, at least you get to play with more. Yeah, Tyranids are all pretty samey. Well, isn't AdMech usually just, like, metallics and then one or two colors that pop? Mostly. I wouldn't worry about other people who paint. You just gotta focus on kind of how you're doing it. You know, the hobby is meant for you, right? You just kind of do it at your own pace. Oh, is the points cost bad? Gotcha. Yeah, that's usually a problem. I know some people get into certain armies based on the cost of entry, which is fair for some people. But you want to do if you like AdMech, I'm sure people make it work. The hobby is about expression. And if you really like AdMech, you know. Although AdMech seem to be pretty popular. I think they're also getting a showing in like Dawn of War 4. If I'm not mistaken. I think they were a pretty big component of like the trailer. Yeah, I'm surprised the AdMech are even that popular, to be honest. I don't really enjoy AdMech too much, but that's just my opinion. Like, I'm pretty sure they're what? Top 3? Most popular, like, Imperium armies? No clue, sir. I eat my meat. Is that what they were waiting for? Is that what they wanted? They wanted a Mechanicus, like, character? I mean, Darktide's gonna get a lot of content, most likely. Darktide's a 40k game.
Is that all you've got? You must have more!
Apparently Darktide is getting an update for new missions that revolve around trench warfare and take place outside the city.
That's cool. Is that really the case? That's pretty fun. I mean, they did Vermintide. Tark, thank you, sir. They did do Vermintide, which, you know, is more outside, so... I'm sure they could do it if they wanted to. Oh, man. Ooh. Oh. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if 2026 is, like, massive for GW gaming. Well, 2026 is going to have Space Marine 3, so it will be big. And I think I'd seen a bunch of leaks for, like, the 40k stuff before the end of the year, and there's just so many Ultramarine things to coincide with, like, you know, the success of Space Marine. And the new narrative, I suppose, with, like, Titus. It's cool. Space Marine fans are eating good always. They are always eating good. This should be fine for now. Fine for now. Where's the blue tack? Let's get this guy with a body and move on to the next one. A narrow hoser. Okay, so how many do we have so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we got 2 more. 2 more. Let's do, Let's do... Let's do these two. The double standards. That is true. We're just cutting off the bad ancestors. These two did not make it to the afterlife well.
Is that all you've got? You must have more.
Good morning, Captain.
Did you try and do
I
this?
have a question. I've been 3D printing small parts for a toy train I plan on making as a Christmas gift. What would you recommend I use to make the smaller parts stick together?
Well, if it's resin, you have to use, and thank you for the donation, sir. If it's resin, you have to use, super glue. So I'd be getting super glue. Because that's the only thing that's going to stick them together. I mean, you could use, like, what, JB Weld and stuff like that, but any sort of small piece, What you could do is basically put down a glob of superglue on something, and then dip the pieces into it, and then stick them on. That's what I'd suggest you do. Invania, thank you, sir. I don't think you can improve ward saves, if I'm not mistaken. You'd have to look that up. I haven't played Old World. I have no clue. I think you're able to take multiple runes of shielding, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. It's been so long. Yeah, you're good, man. Like, what's the wording on it? Rune of shielding. A model wearing armor inscribed with the rune of shielding has a 6+ ward save against any wounds suffered for each additional rune of shielding. Okay, no, you can stack it. You literally stack it. Yeah. You can stack them. So you can bring them down to, like, what? A 5 up? No, sorry, a 4 up? 3 up? I mean, what minis naturally have ward saves on dwarves? Pretty much everything you'll be doing is mostly runes. Then, let me just look this up. Like, I think banners also. There was a few banners that gave you ward saves. I think what you're trying to say is, like, if you have a banner, maybe, and then you have, like, runes of shielding. Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, the anvil has a 5. Possibly. Possibly. Most likely. It would make sense if that's the case, yeah. It does say that it only stacks with itself. Yeah, okay, so you can't, I don't think you can stack it, no. I would look it up. I'd talk to people who've played in recent memory. I'm not sure if it stacks, but I doubt it. Pretty sure people were giving the anvil toughness 10 at one point. And you just kind of like bait people into fighting you and you just don't move. You're like a wall. You just waste everyone's time. Yeah. The anvil got nerfed pretty hard, though. For some reason, it went from a level 3 to a level 2, which is just ridiculous. Although I think most of the magic in the game at one point, like, what, the last patch or two had gotten nerfed across the board. It just doesn't make sense that an Anvil of Doom would be level 2. It just makes no sense at all. Outside of a gameplay, you know, point of view. Like, the most prominent thing in the entirety of the Dwarven race is now a level 2 wizard. It just doesn't make any sense. Makes no sense. I think the biggest thing for rule hammering would just be to play. It's just playing sometimes is just a lot of work. Although you've got, like, Tabletop Sim, you've got, I think Warhol was, like, the main one for Old World. You just gotta test some stuff. Jump in and game. Jangaloser. Yeah, I think most of it would be online then, honestly. You can always find people to play online. Pretty sure they even run, like, tournaments on Warhol, if I'm not mistaken. You know, most people want to play in person, obviously, that's kind of the hobby, but for, like, the situation you're in, or the situation most people are in where there are no people, and it's just too expensive, then online's a good resource for, like, practicing and just playing. I think over the past few years, I've predominantly just played online. Although, be it wasn't like 8th edition fantasy or anything. It was just kind of AOS and 40k. Well, Tabletop Sim was fun. I don't know if I'd want to do it anytime soon, just because I'd rather, like, finish an army if I've got time for this channel. But it could be fun if you've got, like, games going and shit, and you can host them and even do, like, viewer games and spectate games and whatnot. Most of it blew up during COVID. COVID was kind of like the time for everyone playing Tabletop Sim. And boy, was there a million Space Marine players. Holy fuck. Every game you got into was like a Space Marine player. Like, I just want to play my orcs, and at the time, like, salamanders were super fucking broken. It's like, well, I guess I just don't get to play. Fine. That is okay with me. I'm chilling. I'm chilling with my 130 boys, or 120 boys. With big old Gazzy and the Mega Knobs. It's like a band. Gazzy and the Mega Knobs. No, this is, these are just plastic kits. Polystyrene plastic kits. You just kind of buy them, put them together, and then paint them. Yeah, this isn't a 3D print. A lot of these older kits take a lot of time to kind of clean up. The 3D prints are actually very shit to work with. If you're someone who enjoys whittling and kind of modifying things, it's not very fun to work with, like, very sharp plastics. Or not, it's not a plastic, it's a resin, but very stiff materials. Like, this stuff is relatively soft, but it's not too soft where you can kind of, like, indent it by just pressing on it. But resin is very hard. But you can get, like, softer resins and stuff like that, which is cool. Yeah. Resin cleanup is awful. I actually don't think GW resin's so bad. Their resin's a little bit soft compared to like the mass market 3D printer stuff. My biggest gripe with GW resin is it's just so expensive. It's way too expensive. Like this stuff is ridiculous. But it's slightly soft. Which again, you can find certain resins to kind of like work with that are softer at home with printing. Not everyone's going to want soft stuff, but for conversion's sake, soft materials are great. Some people just want to build them, and that's great. Just say, fuck it, put it on the tabletop. Sometimes it's just rough to work with, unfortunately. The castings are, yeah, I can't really... The new castings, these ones aren't so bad. The fine cast ones are, like, atrocious. Probably the worst thing to work with, but... when you're cutting into the resin, it's not so bad, though. Frog Closer. I think they retooled some of the Tomb King stuff. They said, like, they redid some of the, Screaming Skull, and then I think the Tomb Scorpion, right? Even the Casket of Souls, I think, had into, like, a bit of a revamp. And I think they also did that for Bretonia, too, if I'm not mistaken. Medic Closer. Yo, good morning. If I get into the old world, I'm getting the new Chaos Marauder box. Is it like the big one? You're talking about like the one with the cavalry and the infantry? I think a lot of that new Marauder stuff ended up getting sold out like very, very quickly. People really wanted Marauders. It's the Marauder sweep. Marauder sweep. Yeah, that's good news for the old world, though. Anything selling out in one day is like amazing news for old world. Dark Oath kits for AOS, possibly that too. Yeah, those could work. You got the spectacles. It's just eye protection. There's no like magnification. I'm sick of plastic fucking flying everywhere. Didn't Dark Oath get something in AOS though? Weren't they getting like did they have infantry kits that get released like or that got released I think it was a box set, right? Was it only the box set that came out? Did they never get like standalone releases? It doesn't matter. You don't everyone hobbies differently. It has no why would you ever call someone out for something like that? That's kind of weird. Everyone wants to do their own hobby. That's as valid as anything. Oh, did they? Okay. There's no rules for hobbying. Too Conan like proper Norska. Well, I mean they are the evolution of what once was, right? But yeah, you do need that distinction though for sure. Like you don't want them looking the same. But the guys who are working on Old World seem to really like Old World. Like everything is coming out pretty good. The new hero minis, the infantry, the monsters, the war machines, just everything is really good looking. The scale creep on some of them is a little bit weird. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Yeah, when it comes to hobbying, it's just very much about the individual. Everyone just does their own thing at their own pace, and that's awesome. You know, some people want to spend no time building, more time playing, no time painting, more time building. There's a million different things. Although I should say, you should scrape your mold lines. Even just a little bit. But that's up to you. Mold lines are like super satanic. They are disgusting. Excuse me. Frost Slayer? Who? Who is that? The Frost Giant Slayer? Age of Mythology? Who? It's okay, you're good. Yeah, it's whatever you want to do, man. It's your hobby. You don't have to put a dime into, like, anything. You could just literally clip it off a sprue and build it. You can make it look like the box art. You can make it anything. Yeah, mold lines are disgusting, though. The impurity of the metal. Get it out. The impurity of the miniature. Destroy them all. I envy people who don't do mold lines, though, because Jesus, man, it's just so much whittling. I do envy a motherfucker who could just sit down and build an army and not think about any of this. I'm jealous. I am jealous. Jealousy? You know, I've actually got one. I have a Hellsmith Mini. Let me actually go get it and look at it. I got it from making like a border or something. Let's see what this thing looks like. I would imagine the new, like, I haven't seen a new kit in a while, to be honest. In terms of, like, quality. Let's see. Let's see if you're correct. Ooh, I don't know, sir. Although maybe these are... This is a one-off, though. This isn't even, like... This isn't really part of the box. There's a bit of a mold line. I have no clue. It might have been, like, 100 to 200. There's a little bit of a mold line, but... It's much less egregious as, like, the old world stuff, as most things are. Any old school, like, 2000s fantasy thing is going to be pretty egregious. But they are the right size for, like, the new dwarves. Which is a little bit concerning, but this is, like, the new standard of size. So there's, like, the classic Warhammer Fantasy ones, and these guys stand about a head taller. Every new dwarf sculpt is about a head taller, I think. Yeah, literally a head taller. Maybe they're just more upright, because they're the heroes. They must stand proud. One or two. Yeah, well, hey, the people who are doing, like, Age of Sigmar and New 40k and stuff like that, like, you guys are eating good. You are eating good. I think they're about... Man, I had a bunch of them back in the day. They're a little bit bigger. I think just slightly. They're not like this, though. They're 100% still kind of in the same vein of, like, these guys. The old classic, 6.5 stuff. Because those were all CAD designed. And most of the 8th edition aesthetic is very prominent in these. Well, again, they're all CAD designed, but slightly bigger, I believe, just slightly. Without what? Without blank ace? Well, good night, sir. I know the new, this was the, one of the shield bearers. The new shield bearers for, like, the Dwarf Lord is massive. If he was upright, he'd be pretty much the same size as, like, Burlixon. Yeah. No, you're good, man. Peace, buddy. Have a good night, dude. It's a bit of a scale creep, but it's okay. They do fit in pretty well. I used to play 40k. If I had to do it now, it'd be Votan, for sure. Which I did have the Votan army, but I ended up selling it. I said, fuck this, I'm never gonna build it. I just don't like them like I thought I would. So I do have the new books for the Votann, like I've got, I don't have the novel, but I've got, like, the new army book. I still have the old army book. I need to learn to love them. Because I just simply do not. Learn to love. I think you could just do them in Blender, no? And Blender's free. My biggest gripe with the softwares is they're just so complex. Like, Blender is mind-numbingly disgusting to look at. Yeah. Yeah, it's not cheap though. There's a bunch out there, I'm sure. The only one I'm familiar with was like Blender and there was another one, but Blender was like the main one that I used for a bit. New Marauders are gonna fit well. Yeah, that's cool. The they really are dual kits for sure, especially with like the scale. For the hobby itself, Warhammer has always been about just the aesthetic. It's like whatever you think looks cool, just throw it into your army. It doesn't need lore, it doesn't need anything. If you like it, do it. And the Marauders mostly would fit into Age of Sigmar anyways, so it is a good one-to-one. Yeah, Blender is free. I don't know if I'd spend I don't know if I'd spend any money on just doing it leisurely. It's kind of a waste. Blender is like legitimately free. It's just complex. Remember, you don't need the best tools to create some works of art. You just got to get good with what you're using. You know, nice tools are great once you know what you're doing, but you can work with whatever and still make a masterpiece. If you know your tools. Yeah, you're good, man. Okay. Legally distinct version of 6th edition Longbeards. You gotta make them mopey. Mopey and dopey. They need to look like they're sleeping. No, you're good. Yeah, you're good. They'll probably bring them back for made to order. Knowing GW, if it can make money, it'll be on the website soon enough. But in waves. Like, we just had most of the dwarf stuff get re-released, so... Okay, let's actually... They won't be cheap. If they re-release, like, units in metal, they are not going to be cheap. Knowing GW, there's just no chance. Let's do this. Yeah, metal minis are great. It's just a matter of, 1 sec. It's just a matter of having the willpower to clean them all up. That's really just it. Oof. Stinky. Well, I've got one more Dwarf Warrior, and we've got 8 of them. Not completely made, but 8 bodies done, roughly. Good lord. Yeah, they upped the prices by twice, and then gave you twice as many miniatures, but also did a price increase, I think, twice since then. Like, the amount of minis you get in an Old World box is disgusting. You just get so many of them. You get a bunch. Like, the old regiment boxes, I think you got, like, what, 20 of them? And you've got, like, 34, 36 or something? You get a bunch. Oh. And then even before that, they also had, like, the 10s. Or around that same time. You could get them in, like, 10, 20, 16, stuff like that. Yep. Spread Ashlow, sir. Well, a lot of those minis are just kind of super old, so the fact that they're even on eBay, you'll always find them for a lot more. You know, even made-to-order stuff typically gets put on eBay for quite a bit. Because made-to-order is only for so long, right? Which was very, very disappointing, because some of the dwarf stuff they ended up releasing at, like, the beginning of the dwarf release has not come back yet. Like, all the Thanes. They give you the engineers, but they won't release the Thanes. You know, you don't need to give us, like, Helgar and stuff like that. Like, that's fine. That could be made to order, but the basic Thanes you can't even buy anymore. Or they're called Dwarf Lords, but they're more so Thanes. Which is very, very strange. It's like, just leave everything up. Print everything. Even the Rune Smiths and the Rune Lords. Like, the only one you can buy right now is that plastic kit. Which is a little odd. It's like, just leave everything up. You're leaving the engineers up, but where's, like, the counterpart? Where's the melee? Where's the fisticuffs? Very, very strange. And there was also the weird, not Finecast, it was the weird, Resin Tomb Lord, I think, when Tomb Kings got, like, a re-release. And the miniature just kind of, like, disappeared completely, and it's on eBay for, like, egregious prices. It's very, very odd. Rain's doing looser. Yes, sir, it must be. Oh. It must be fate. Fate and fortune be granting ye passage to this elusive channel in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. This is more of like a little hobby hangout in the middle of nowhere. This stuff is in the middle of nowhere. Excuse me. Well, we've been here for off and on for a few days. We're still relaxing until December. That's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be chilling. But I'll most likely be on the other channel today sometime in the afternoon. It is still very, very early, and my ass is just not awake. 7 a.m. Seven a.m. Is that game still doing well? I'd imagine it's getting updates. And they also came out with the Survivor game mode, I believe, or like it's a completely different game. Because I do think people like DRG. Corpo Slave Dwarf Simulator. The most enjoyable thing about games like that is the difficulty. Find a bunch of people to play with and play on the most fucked up difficulty and have fun. To me, that's like the most enjoyable thing. How far can you limit test with like everything against you? You need a challenge. There's no fun if you fight for nothing. Which I'm pretty sure there are some CBT levels in that game for, like, DRG. Make money and get out of there. You're just getting swarmed to death by aliens. It is procedurally generated, yeah. That's cool. The missions in that game were pretty fun. I think my favorite was the one where you drive around in, like, the rig, and the rig takes you through the map, and then you have to kind of, like, refuel it. Yeah, that's a pretty cool thing. Very, very cool. I have no clue what you're talking about. I have no idea what that is. If it's DRG related, I haven't played that game in years. I haven't played that shit in so long. It has been a hot minute since I've done gaming, and I think for the sake of this channel, I don't think I will do gaming. Not anytime soon, at least, but my PC is just a mess and it just lags so much. Oh, I have no clue then. No, I doubt it. Quinn, hello, sir. Well, look, whatever happened, happened. I have no fucking idea. I think when I played the engineer, and I just kind of camped. I didn't do much. I wasn't very proactive. I was very, spatially impaired. I had to sit in one spot and just be a bastion of hope, and steel, and bullets, and powder. It's a fun game, though, if you got people to play with. But when I'm whittling, gaming is far from my mind. Ray, hello, sir, and Zest, hello, buddy. Good morning, good morning. It is far from my mind. I think these are no, these are like 2005, 2006, like Dwarf Warriors, Dwarf Thunders, just dwarves with weapons. Have I gotten a model just based on the fact that they were goofy little guys? You know what set is very characterful? Is Mollog's Mob. It's the Age of Sigmar, like, Underworld's warband. Those were fun. Mollog's Mob. It was a troll. It was like a stalagmite squig. Just a squigin. Like, just a lot of weird things. Tons of, like, kooky little whimsical squigs and cave-dwelling creatures. That was a cool kit. But, outside of that, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. The squidgin. The squiggin? Squidgin? The squig pigeon. Squidgian. The bat squig. I don't even know what the fuck came in that set. It was so long ago. Years ago. Not ancient, but stuff like that. This is fun. Squidgian. How do you even pronounce that? A squig pigeon? The squidgian? The squidgian. The squidgian. I think I have brain damage. Oh. This is pretty much done for now, I think, mostly. Just gotta sand a few things, and I think he's good to go for now. The White King. The warbands are really good looking. They're all very unique. Whatever team is in charge of the warbands, they always do a great job. Same thing with Kill Team. Any sort of, like, specialized, you know, smaller units of, like, unique sculpts are typically done really well. Very characterful. As they should be. I think they had the, yeah, one of the most unique ones I think came from, like, 40k. It was, like, the Techno-Nurgle. I forgot what they were called exactly, but it was, something. They were, like, corrupted mechanical Nurgle things. They were kind of cool. I don't know. Those sculpts are awesome. I don't want any of them, but I do like the fact that they're very unique. Which I'm sure some people do want to kind of like throw into an army, or just make an army of them. That's pretty cool. It is very, very cool. This should be good. Yeah, thank you for the follows, folks. Welcome. Welcome to the plastic scraping bonanza, which seemingly never ends. It hasn't ended in so long. By the gods, let me finish this army. By the gods. Yeah, this should be good for now. Cool. Cleaned. So that should be 8 Dwarf Warriors. I need, oh my god, 12 more for the unit. Big block of 20 static combat res Dwarf Warriors. They are not moving or getting anything done. Their job is to sit there and give ground. Alrighty. Cool. I think what I should do is just make the other 12, most likely. That or I work on my metals. I think I've got about 4, 5, 6 metal minis. I could work on cannons, actually. I need cannons and I need organ guns. And I need gyrocopters. And I need more thunders. Yikes. What do I want to do? Actually, I'll just work on the weapons. That's fine. Get a few weapons in. The gyrocopters. Those things are so demonic to make. I have to make 4 of them for this army. And taking my time is not going to be, the most pleasant thing, I have to say. I gotta do 4 scout gyrocopters with clatter guns. Okay, let's get some weapons out. I don't think I plan on doing everyone in like hand weapon and shield. Let's see what these look like actually. How does this look like on this body? You can't even do it. It's the other ones then. I did see that, yeah, that was funny. That's hilarious. He made like a cannon that fired. And an organ gun that fired. It's funny as hell. That was on YouTube. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna mix and match great weapons with like hand weapon and shield. Just to give them some variety in the units, and then just say like, this is a great weapon unit, this is a hand weapon and shield unit, yada yada yada. Let's see some poses though. Kit bashing. Most of what I'll be doing here is combining a shit ton of different kits. Great weapons, aye. The great, great, great weapon. Just gotta blue tack some stuff together. Shields and weapons. Let us see what they look like together. It has been a hot minute. Excuse me. I'm not sure if I do want to put them together into one regiment. Uniformity is like the #1 most unfun thing for me when it comes to building minis and regimenting them. But I don't know if it would look a little bit too weird. I think it should be fine, though. Yeah, I think what I'll do is just kind of... I'll put them together. That looks good. I still wish they were on 20 mils, because like the 20 mil bases had them like very tight knit. You could kind of see that they were all kind of like packed together. These are a little bit bigger. I think they're what, like 25 mil or something? I can't remember exactly. The Ornithopter. All of this should be fine to paint. Yeah. I'm not going to be gluing them all at once, but yeah. Ideally, with these bigger bases, I kind of want to, like, fill them out a bit more. 28 mil is tiny. Yeah. The Gretchen hordes. Everything seemingly is getting, like, increased in size. The new base sizes for Old World, a lot of the new minis are pretty large. Everything's getting a bit of a scale creep. Holy shit. The Dowie are pleased. Yes, that were gold. Damn, dude. Yo, Quinn Plank, thank you, sir. I have no clue where that came from, but by the gods. Thank you, buddy. Look at that. Everyone's now a honorary Hearth and Hobbying enjoyer. Dude, Quinn Plank, thank you so much, man. Thank you, sir. That's, isn't there a deal going on Twitch right now? Don't tell me it's Black Friday. I think it is, though. It's been a while since I tuned in. Hey, thank you, sir. I appreciate that, man. We've been here. Only for a few days, though, but, yeah, this channel, as everyone knows, has kind of been completely gone. Until December 1st, 35% off. That's cool. Who knows what they'll do for Christmas, but, hey, thank you, man. I will be getting back to wheel spins for, like, the main channel, but it'll be in December. It feels weird not really giving people spins, you know? Saying thank you and you know, that's kind of it. It doesn't feel like it's enough, personally, but, yeah, I do appreciate it, man. Ideally, I give you more, though. That's kind of the goal, so the wheel is going to, the wheel is hopefully going to have, a variety of different things. Oh, yeah. I do want to mix and match the great weapons with, like, the hand weapon and shields, but... I guess we'll see. I can still clean the hand weapons, at least. Yeah, thank you, man. You're good. Well, I mean, we'll be doing more of, like, the hobby channel. Again, I've got a YouTube channel that I made for this side of things, which I want to do, like, unboxings on, or tutorials, or interviews with some of the guys who used to work at GW. So there's a YouTube channel, there's a Twitter, which I haven't posted on in, like, a week. But this is more dialed in, for sure. This is, like, its own entity at this point. It's like, if you know it's here, you know it's here, but it's not going to be too heavily, you know, tractioned. It's its own little ecosystem of microplastic enjoyers. Yeah, because we're going to get back to normal in December, so about a few days from now. So yeah, we'll see. Although, you know, I could do, I do want to stream on this channel daily, but I don't want to be overtaking the main channel in time when I get back to normal. So I think it'll either be in the morning or at night. It'll be one of the two. I should have the glasses on. D&D minis. This is all in the same ballpark, man. D&D, Warhammer. It's all in the same ballpark. It's just miniature making. Warhammer's a little bit more expansive, just because you've got, like, the army building aspect, but it's the same thing. Painting, making things, being artistic. Wicked, hello, sir. That is true. You found the secret channel. The hidden pathways. The hidden pathways. The last thing I did on stream before the event was paint stuff, but yeah, I will. This is a very finite army, so when I'm done it, I'm going to be painting it. So that'll be quite the trip. The Underway, the Undgrin. He's made it out of Narnia. He's escaped 30 layers of League Hell. And found the Warhammer scraping layer of hell. This in itself is its own purgatory. Cleaning miniatures is a hell that most people do not escape. Or you just say, fuck it, I'm not doing it, and you just paint. That too. But, yeah, we do paint sometimes. I don't think I'll be painting for a while, but the last thing we painted was Lord of the Rings. This was done probably over a year ago. Thankfully, I took pictures of things, because, like, I typically don't. I forget to, but yeah, it was pretty fun. It's like the annual one painting thing a year. Then it sits on a shelf and collects dust. And brings you good tidings. Brings you good memories. You just kind of need to, you just have to have a game plan in mind. Like, this army being only 2,000 points, which is like the stock standard for pretty much most of the systems. It's a very finite list, so once it's done, it's just a lot easier to paint. You build the army, you paint the army, you play with the army. And then you can add to it, do whatever you want. But this is, yeah, this is just going to be a very stock standard 2,000 point list. Lots of war machines, lots of gyrocopters, infantry, some characters. Just a bit of everything, just smattering of, like, all the dwarf units. And then once that's done, you're like, well, I need to do more. I should stand up right now because I haven't moved in about fucking 2 hours, man. Oh my god, I'm 2 stretches late. 2-minute break, folks. Let me just run like a 1-minute ad, actually, while I'm up. And I will be right back in a minute. Where's this? Where is the 1-minute ad? I've got breakfast. Breakfast has been acquired. Ugh. Let me feast like a king. Look at this. Vitamin C hulls for breakfast. Yum. Give me like 2. Look at this. It's a lozenge. Yummy. What do you mean it's not breakfast? I just ate an orange. Yummy. You're not really supposed to eat them. They're not good for you if you eat them. But I'm a freak. Which one is this? Let's see. This is the scurvy breakfast. No scurvy for me, lad. I've got the breakfast oranges. Fuck eating what are they, a fruit? Fuck the fruits. I've got them in a lozenge. Yum. Bloody hell, it's delicious. I'm too busy. I've got to scrape plastic. There's no time for fun. This is the fun. This is the most enjoyable thing since sliced bread and solo queue. Well, I don't mind doing this because you have to do this to make things look nice, but you know, if pieces came completely cleaned, that would be godsend. There is a level of, like, satisfaction in doing this, though, for sure. If you can have, like, an old school army kind of, like, brought to fruition with, like, no mold lines. Brought to bear the sculpts of old. Most old minis you'll see have just, like, mold lines everywhere. It's a process, but, you know, it's a model kit after all. You have to kind of put things together and clean them up. Not that that's, like, entirely the what's the word? You know, like, when they make Games Workshop minis, it's not like, man, we want you to clean mold lines, but it's just a byproduct of, like, when you make them. So, it is what it is. It's a very easy, consistent thing to do that's, like, long-term, good. Short-term, incredibly boring. You gotta look at the bigger picture. Some of the molds are pretty good, yeah. I'd imagine those are newer in terms of when they were made. Like, the technology, I'm sure, is much better to where you don't have so much plastic bleed. Or they're just dialed in well. It is weird buying a kit, though, and not seeing many mold lines. Like, I'm so used to these older, like, fantasy sculpts that they're just kind of the norm for me, scraping, like, 15 mold lines a minute. I don't think the new sculpts really do it for me right now, but I think for next year, either before the move or after the move, whenever that happens, if those new dwarf minis come out, I'm gonna have to get those. Saxons and Vikings. That's cool. There's a lot of good miniatures out there, man. It's not all just like GW stuff. There's a ton of cool things. Let's actually cut this off. No more Rockin' Stone. We've heard this song like 500 times. I need a fucking break from Rockin' Stone. Perry Miniatures has a bunch of historical stuff too. Those guys are awesome. I'm not really a big historical guy, to be honest. There's too many Warhammer things to love to get into historics, but for those who like it, there's a million things, man. It's great. There's a lot of Warhammer to do. Next year is going to be insane. That's all I gotta say. Oh, yeah. For sure. Yeah, they're great. I remember there was an interview with, I think it was like Rick Priestley. And there was something about like the Perrys who, when they were sculpting things back in the day for like 4th and 5th edition, they always had like historics involved because that's kind of their sculpting style. They wanted everything to be realistic. So I think it was when they were doing like the Chaos Dwarves. They did them with like very tiny hats and everything was kind of like sized out pretty well. And they had to go like back and forth and say, bigger, bigger, make them bigger. And they're like, well, Jesus, man. It's too much. But their sculpts are amazing, yeah. Everyone knows who those two are. Maybe next year. Supposedly, orcs are going to be the big bads in, like, 11th edition, I think, right? Because they did just get a refresh for, like, a lot of minis. Not that I'm, like, a big fan of them all, but they did get, like, a new updated set of, like, boys, characters. They had a fair few things in, like, recent years. I think the next step is, like, updating the knobs, updating the grots. Stuff like that. Oh, you're talking about Old World. Sorry, not 40k. No, Quinn, peace, buddy. You're good, man. I'll say this. Maybe, for the sake of how I grew up and what I love, I hope they never get updated. I hope the only thing that I think I'd want updates for would be, like, maybe goblins, subjectively, but... Yeah, thank you again, sir. Peace, buddy. You know what they need is big uns. There's no big un sculpts, so they could introduce, like, knob-sized boys into Warhammer Fantasy. Like, the older big uns that they're releasing in, like, metal and saying, like, oh, use these. Like, not everyone's gonna want them. But big uns would be cool. I think in time, most of the old world stuff will be updated to a degree, but I guess only time will tell. There's no reason we wouldn't get the War Mammoth. That used to be a Forge World mini. Since most things are kind of based on Total War in terms of what they want to release, you're probably going to get the War Mammoth. We're going to get most of the Forge World stuff back if it's not already back. So, like, the land ship is going to come back, 99% sure. You're going to get the Dwarven Thunder Barge. You're going to get a bunch of stuff. Like, they seem to be doing really well with the Old World, and since that entire game is hinging off of, like, the success of Total War, they're going to want to make it so it's very one-to-one, in my mind at least. So chances are the War Mammoth will return, yeah. Whether it's, like, the initial resin mini or a new plastic kit, excuse me. There's no reason it wouldn't. Thank you. Yeah, it'll most likely be back. And thank you. They'll be back. They're going to support every army. There's no reason they wouldn't. It's just a matter of time. Again, the only reason the Old World came back is because Warhammer Total War was such a big success. If they want to make money, they're a company. Skaven, Vampire Counts, everyone will be back. It's just currently where the narrative is. It doesn't really... They don't want to focus on those things. The period just doesn't have them as big players, but, like, the Great War Against Chaos... I mean, even Dark Elves are in that when they go off to Ulthuan with, like, the Chaos stuff. So, they're going to be back. I guess Cathay with Ogres is kind of like a thing, usually, I believe. Yeah, I wouldn't be worried. If you're scared of, like, is this army going to be a thing? You know, it'll happen. You just got to give it time. The biggest thing now is that whatever GW releases, it needs to sell well. Because they've reinvigorated the Old World setting with new interest, but now it needs to make money. So, like, seeing the new Marauders come out and then get sold out immediately is a very good thing. It's going to be a spiral effect where they're going to be like, okay, well, let's visit Orcs and Goblins, let's visit the Dwarves, let's visit, like, this and this and this, and then kind of, like, update things. I'll check those out, sir. Someone were to get into Warhammer, where would they start? Yeah, you'd have to pick which world you want to start with. You've got, like, Warhammer 40k, which is, like, your sci-fi setting, Warhammer Fantasy, which is more of, like, Lord of the Rings, Age of Sigmar, which is, like, post-Lord of the Rings. It's, like, the world made anew. It just depends on what you enjoy. If you're Total War, Vermintide, stuff like that, you'll do Old World. If you're more of, like, Space Marine, Dawn of War, it'll be 40k. Yeah, most likely fantasy then. So, like, Old World. Your dwarves, your elves, your talking rat men. Your Empire of Man. Your evil chaos barbarians from the north. Old World is the correct choice, just saying. If you want to play the best game, with the best minis, and the coolest setting, play Old World. Or just collect, because you don't have to play games. Men-sized rats or everything is just rat-sized men. Both. For how comedic the Skaven may be, if you were to see them in reality, it'd be pretty fucking horrifying. Same thing with orcs. It's like, from the perspective of the race, they don't seem so bad, but for everyone else, it's just a nightmare. It's a waking nightmare. Oh, it'd be terrifying. It would be absolutely horrifying. To be assailed by any fucking, like, monstrous creature. It's a 2-hour paint scheme. That's really good, man. I like the ashen skin. That's cool. It looks good, yeah. If it's a 2-hour paint job, too, that's pretty, feasible for, like, an army. That's really good. I think for me, the biggest gripe I have with the Hellsmiths is how everything is so flat. Like, it gives you room for, you know, painting in different types of materials and stuff if you wanted to go that route, but, like, it's a lot of flat space. I guess most minis, though, for the sake of, like, I wish there was a few more, like, embellishments on things, maybe. But they're interesting. They look good. And your paint job's really good, man. Oh, they would be terrifying, yeah. Whenever you read about orcs, they're always, like, having fun, but no one in their mind is having fun fighting them. They're just sick. They're demented. If the French were real. Are the Bretonnians not real? An orc invasion, a Bretonnian invasion, or a Skaven invasion? Which would be worse? Ugh. The tides of hell. Ooh, eggs. Oh, did they really? That's cool. A lot of those army books are, I'm talking about like the 8th edition one. The 8th edition books are so nice. They're so nice. Probably the nicest books. Visually, at least. Anytime you can find old Warhammer in the wild, that's lovely. Hoodio, buddy. Old Warhammer fantasy stuff is pretty, Yeah, you're good. I can tell you which edition it is. Self-healing hobby mats. I would say you don't need, like, I've got one right now if I have to, like, cut into it, but it would be, if you don't want to damage your table, it'd be a good investment. If you do have to cut things flat, where else are you going to cut them? I would say it's worth it. You know, they're relatively inexpensive if you can find one on sale or, like, wherever. That's the 7th edition. Yeah, it's 7th edition. Those covers are awesome. That was Paul Dainton. Paul Dainton's... or no, that's not Paul Dainton. That's, is that David Gallagher? I think that was David Gallagher who did that cover. The art is so good, man. The art of, like, anything from my personal favorites, like 6th to 8th. 5th edition's a little bit bubbly. It's a bit more, bold. But, like, yeah, this shit is good. That's the good stuff. Picture of the unit. Yeah, a lot of the, well, they went from, like, being... There was a few different stages. So you'd have, like, actual hand-painted box arts, and then you'd have, like, photo, like, miniature art, adjusted images, I guess you could say. And then you had some where it was like the miniatures and them being in a scene and whatnot. And I think now, even for the old world, they went back to like... They went back to the artwork and the miniatures. Although it's not as, like, in your face, you know? It's just like a little dwarf standing there, a little Bretonnian guy there. But the old boxes, I want to say around what, like 6.5, 7th edition? That's when you got a lot of, like, the box art. Which was awesome. Super nice. Yeah, but for the sake of the mat, I'd say so. I'd say get one if you can, but just depends on what you're going to be doing. You could do newspapers as well if they still make those. Like, this table that I'm working on is kind of a junk table. It's like an old IKEA cheapo table. It's not really worth much, so I don't mind if it gets destroyed, but, you know, a cutting mat where you can just hack into it is good. Dave, hello, sir. Yeah, they did a bunch of art books back in the day for a few different people, for like a lot of the old Hammer art. But that is just an era we won't be getting back. But it's okay. The new stuff is still good. Every artist has their own interpretation of things, their own style. Excuse me. Okay, this should be good. The latest Age of Sigmar books have been pretty good visually. I think the guy who's been doing a lot of like the artwork was Thomas Elliott, I believe. He's got like an Instagram, he's got a Facebook, he's on Twitter. That guy's got a really grungy Age of Sigmar style, which is awesome. Because the initial complaint, I think, with AOS was that everything was too bright, everything was too bubbly. You never really got a sense of like how gritty the world was through like the art. I think it was Thomas Elliott, though, who's been doing a lot of the AOS stuff, but his work is awesome. He's done 40k, he's done, like, Necromunda. Age of Sigmar is his thing right now, I believe. His work is great. It's really nice. Building and painting at the moment. Yeah, you're good, man. Keep at it, buddy. Everyone's always looking out for hobby tools. For, you know, a variety of reasons. The painting is the chill part. Alright, this is good enough for me. It's cleaned pretty well. Old World wife. Disloyal, hello, sir. Dowie, bring forth the ancestral axe. The ancestral mini-throwing axe that can't really hit much. We must sit behind the shield wall with no reach at all with our weapons. Our little buckler. Okay. This is fine. This is good. I need 20 dwarf warriors. Full command. Stagnation. We'll see. I mean, that was more of a, that was just more of a fun thing for the event. I don't know if I'd really want to wear a different hat, you know, unless it was an event, but we'll see. Christmas is coming up. It's just blue tack. Blue tack for, like, posing. So, as an example, instead of gluing things down, you can kind of, like, figure out how you want to pose them. So I gave this guy this certain handgun. He's got his buckler. I usually blue tack things together before I glue them, just to get the sense of, like, individuality. Not everyone's going to be so anal, but it's good to plan things out sometimes if you want them to look a certain way. Like, this guy's got a big shield. Yeah. Because you don't, sometimes you just don't want to glue them and be like, man, I don't like that, right? You can get a better idea of what you want to do, and maybe even conversions, so this guy's converted. This guy's going to be reloading his handgun with his little powder cartridge once everything's glued properly. So, yeah, that's kind of the goal. It's fun to visualize things, yeah. So, this guy's smoking. He's kind of at ease. He's smoking his pipe. They're not done, though, because I have to give them all, like, some sort of shield. And then a bunch of, like, powder cartridges or pouches and stuff like that. Like, even this guy's kind of, like, at ease. This guy shot his handgun, and he's like, I don't want to reload, I just want to shoot you. So he pulled out his pistol. Yeah. That's the idea. We're good, sir. I was cooking stew, and it reminded me of you. Really? Did you cook it in toilet water? Because that would be the only way for it to remind it of me. Hopefully it's good, though, sir. My stew is edible. Doesn't mean it's good for you, but it's edible. Shields on armor. Well, this is not a permanent fixture. This is more of like a... This is more of like a, what's the word? A temporary posing tool. If you post your spearmen in the Discord, I can show you maybe how you might be able to glue them. Yeah, shields are pretty annoying sometimes. A lot of it is just finagling of things. Putty is good too, yeah. I don't think anyone in their right mind is going to pin shields to, like, bodies for, like, basic infantry, but there's some ways to do it, for sure. It is pretty expensive, yeah. It doesn't have to be, though, because you can find things on discount. You could find 3D printed things. You could do a bunch of stuff. But out of the gate, it usually is a bit expensive. Oh, you're talking about the, the high elf's shields. Don't those usually have, like, little nubs on the back that you can just kind of glue them in? Or are you trying to figure out how to sub-assembly them in terms of gluing? Because what I would do is, if you're scared of fucking up painting them, you should glue the arm to the shield. Or no, you don't necessarily have to. You could paint the shield separately. You could glue the arm on the body, and then paint the shield separately, and then just glue that to the nub on the hand. In terms of gluing them together, though, it shouldn't be too bad. It just depends on, like, what you want to do for painting, because that's kind of the big deciding factor. Most of the details, if you care about them, will be obscured, which also means you don't necessarily see them if you paint them. But, like, the same way with the Dwarf Warriors, where... Where's the Dwarf Warriors? Oh, this guy, I guess. There's a nub. Yeah, there's a nub on the hand. But yeah. Sometimes you do want to paint them separately, though, to be honest, but that's up to you. No one's going to yell at you for doing it your way. That filthy Elgi. And their schemes. Yeah, it's all practice, exactly. Everything you do is, you know, if you want to get better at painting, I'll say this. You should try painting one miniature at a time, and just keep them off to the side as, like, shelf pieces. Or, you know, throw them in the army, if you're not too fussed about certain things looking a certain way. But usually focusing on one miniature at a time is a good way to practice painting. And each time you can kind of, like, incrementally change things and make it so I'm doing a few more highlights, or I'm washing it this way, blah, blah, blah. It's fine to paint one-off miniatures that don't really have any sort of, like, grand scheme in the army or something. That's always fun. Typically, practicing on a full army is, like, the worst thing you could do, but if you're not fussed, again, it's not a big deal. I just took 3 years to put together this army. Let's practice painting. I'm like, what? Yeah, well, you could still paint things you care about, but, you know. Like, I did, this was the first thing I had painted in a while, just for a practice run. And it was just on, like, a little Amazon wood block to kind of make it look nice, like a plinth. And, you know, you learn a few things, and then you're like, okay, well, let's move on with this, right? Like, I could have highlighted the skin a bit better. The helmet highlight's pretty bad. I could have given, like, more of an abrupt highlight on, like, the shield outside of the blending. The metallics are a bit flat. But It's just one thing at a time. That's really all it is. And this is nothing. Like, cleaning this up and painting it is like a day. It's like an afternoon. So, it's fun to do stuff like that. There's no baggage. And you're still doing what you love, you're just kind of leaving it off to the side. Fuck it, we bowl. You could do that too. That's what I used to do when I was younger. When I was younger, I thought about nothing. I just built and played and painted. Now I'm a little bit more conscious of like what I want to do. The brain was able to develop. Told me to practice. Hey, hands-on is good, man. Hands-on is how you get things done, right? You gotta learn something. Oh, you could do that, yeah, for sure. You know what? I personally wouldn't advise stripping miniatures. You should leave them as more of a reminder of where you've been in the hobby. Same thing with even selling minis, because that's one of my biggest regrets is that I sold most of my youth, you know, to somebody else, and like the miniatures are gone. But yeah, you know, when it comes to keeping things, it's always in hindsight. It's like you could have stripped them and then repainted them, and that's great, but sometimes you do want to keep them as reminders. Maybe not everything, but that's up to you. It just depends on the minis. Any sort of plastic that you can get on demand, it's not that big of a deal, but for the metal stuff, that might be a bit rarer. Maybe stripping those, but yeah. You know what's funny? I thought about making an army like that, because that's one of the things that kind of got me into it. Those plastic army men. You just make them all glossy and green. Oh, that's totally fine too, man. Whatever is gonna help you with whatever in life, that's totally valid, bro. Not everything needs to have memories. You know, the old world can be a fresh start on things with like life and hobbying and everything, so that's cool. There's no linear path in life. You just kind of go where the wind takes you. These are just eye protection glasses, like working plastic glasses. There's no, like, magnification. I just don't want plastic in my face. It's been fucking flying everywhere. Serious fucking business. Don't mess with me. I'm a professional. Professional time waster. Yeah, this hobby has a million different tools you can use, but it's about finding the ones that work for you and then kind of rolling with it. Everyone's got their must-use in the hobbies. Like, the knife is good, the glasses are good, blah, blah, blah. Things work differently for people, though. The glasses are helpful, though, for sure. Instead of getting plastic chunks fucking hitting your face. Kind of annoying. And you can see everything clearly. It's not like you're obstructing, like, anything. I can see clearly now. The microplastics are gone. That is true. Well, thankfully, most of the particles are just not going anywhere. They're just kind of falling down. Or even using water is good, because you can kind of just wipe them all up. Mule, we're good, sir. Hello, buddy. I'm a professional. Leave me alone. I'm dissecting my victim. Radio, hello, sir. Don't fuck with me. Wicked. Working with water is a good way to kind of, like, round things up, though. Put a bit of water. Brush it. It's gone. Air purifier. Vacuuming. Trying to keep your hobby space a bit clean, even though mine's a slight mess. You just can't see it. You're not allowed to see it. My hobby space is a shit show. Although most of them get pretty bad. Whenever you're working on something and you've got like conversions and a million different things going on, your desk becomes just a fucking mess. Yeah, the nub is, well, that's typically where you would glue them, so you're good, man. That's exactly what it is. A lot of the older kits are very, simplistic. It's a nub, it's a ball socket. It's just a flat surface. My beloved fantasy. My beloved. The older kits are very crude, you could say. They were all hand sculpted, so a lot of the connection points are very keysed, right? Like most of it you'll just see as keys again or nubs. Yeah. They're great though. I think we ended up doing, I've never dissected anything, but we ended up having like some sort of science fair come through. And everyone got formaldehyded animals. And, the one I ended up getting was fucking, dude, people got bats, people got pigs, people had like Tyrannosaurus Rex babies. I had a fucking sea cucumber, which was just a fossilized piece of shit. It was just a chunk of like mush. Like, it was the worst one out of the bunch. And we had to do a little, like, write-up on what it was. It was just it was this. It was like a potato. And it was firm, and it had, like, a hole at the end. And you just didn't do anything with it. So that was my animal. The sea cucumber. It wasn't a very lively conversation at my table. That's all I can say. Yeah. Well, everyone got random animals, but I got a fucking cucumber. That's okay. What are we doing here? Don't be weird, guys. It was just, it's like a potato. That's all it was. It was a firm potato. Mochi keeps eating all the potatoes. They're all just some sort of like useless. I mean, is starfish, sea cucumber? It's like Give me the land shark. Give me something different. It shoots... Yeah, I know what it does. It shoots a lot of weird shit out of it itself. It is not a pleasant creature to look at. But it's somebody's favorite, you know? It shoots its organs out. I've got a few organ guns I have to make, actually. I can make them into sea cucumbers. The sea cucumber core. Got 2 organ guns and 2 cannons I have to make. Vetted Dowie artillery. Which I might actually work on because I don't mind bouncing around projects in this army if I can keep it fresh. Gives you a bit of time to kind of think about what you want to do instead of just rushing to the finish line. So I don't mind doing that. No mochi emotes. Yeah. I haven't really done anything with this channel outside of, like, make the socials, update the Discord. There's a few things we did to kind of, like, round out the branding, like, you know, the new name and stuff like that on different platforms, but she needs to make a few emotes. As of right now, we don't have any, though. I could maybe bring over some of the Mochi emotes. Because Mochi's like a neutral beast. He has nothing to do with, like, either channel, technically, but he's a neutral creature. Do not disappoint him. Let's see here. The Beast of Chaos. The Demon. Maybe I can turn Mochi into a dwarf. The Morph. I have no idea. The Madwarf. Second channel exclusive. Yeah, we'll see. Again, the emotes are kind of, like, hard to do when she's busy. Although she should be doing emotes soon enough, but... Yes. Well, the problem with dwarves is that they're just stuck in their ways, right? Like, you're gonna have a million other things kind of progress and become demented even more, and then the dwarves are like, bring forth the bolt thrower. Buddy, bring forth the fucking rune golems. Unearth the magic. Break out the runes. Do something. Yeah, so... Warhammer's always been asymmetrical. Like, it's just not supposed to be balanced. It's never meant to be that way. Everything is very distinct. Yeah, for the sake of multiplayer, though, yeah, it's not fun. The Dreadmaws, yeah. The Dreadmaws won't, I don't know. I mean, they're gonna get shit on by cannons. Implying they would ever unburrow in front of your gun line, which is just not gonna happen. The most obnoxious things people do against dwarves, and typically it's only in... Well, I mean, I've seen a few videos of, like, the Dreadmaws being used in Domination. But people really enjoy, like, even fucking Tzeentch. Tzeentch with their soul grinders are so cheesy. Those are awful. It's just weird, man. It's hard to explain Total War because there's just so many things going on, but, you know, one race gets, like, 10 new units, and then everyone else is just kind of like, well, what do we do now? Or a race gets, like, one new unit, and then, you know, the matchup becomes a little bit different. Most of it isn't even meant for multiplayer. It's all meant for campaign. Multiplayer has always kind of been an afterthought in Total War, and I'm pretty sure in other Total War franchise, like, things, like the Historics and whatnot, but yeah, it's not meant for multiplayer. No. When the dwarves get something, it's like, fuck yeah, campaign. Like, no one's playing the Thunderbarge in multiplayer. Ever. It's a completely irrelevant, you know... It's fun, it's cool as shit, but it's more of a campaign unit. So yeah, who knows? Whereas at least in tabletop, it's a bit different. In tabletop, everything kind of has a place, but you've still got your metas. You've still got your power levels and whatnot of what's, like, relevant and what isn't. The meta sucks. Well, people play tournaments. People like certain things. No one technically wants to lose. That'd be a very weird thing to say if you did. But it's more about having fun and trying to win that way, I think. Or you go to a tournament and, you know, you play, like, to win, which is fine. If I ever finish this army, I will be attending tournaments and stuff like that. I used to do a few. local ones at like GWs or hobby stores and stuff like that, but it's been so long. You know, everyone's different, right? Not everyone's going to think the same way. If I can field an army I love and have it look awesome and play a decent game, to me that's number one. I could care less about what's good and what's bad. The issue with tabletop is the investment is so high in money, in time, in effort that, like, you know, armies are labors of love. Like, they really take so much time to get done, and then playing with it is a whole different beast. Yeah. This is done, mostly. It is, sir. You should go to a tournament, man. If you've got an army, just go play, man. Like, you've got the minis, why not? Even if you get shafted, at least you've tried. There's nothing wrong with just kind of giving it a go, you know? Desecrating our ancestor statues. Another hand weapon done. The ancestral hammer. The glory hammer. It's a very skull pass pose. Goblins in multiplayer? I wouldn't say goblins, but greenskins are very versatile. That's always been their thing. They pick from monsters, goblins, orcs. They've probably got, like, the biggest roster in Warhammer, period. Night Goblins can be good. Their whole shtick is mostly fanatics. Fanatics in Total War, even in tabletop, are really deadly. Medieval 2. You know what I'd like to see in Total War is a little bit more multiplayer-focused, like, options. Like, customization of, like, units and things like that, giving them different runes, upgrades, banners. It's a very simplistic system, where, like, if you want certain things, you take them from characters, or you take them from, like, ROR. But it'd be cool to kind of, because I was talking to Turin at one point, and Turin's played a lot of the Total War games, and I haven't played them, so I couldn't say anything on the matter, but he said a lot of the, he said something about, like, Shogun having a lot of, versatility in kind of how you create units. Like, you could give them upgrades and things and make them more unique, kind of like ROR. Or they would get strong over the course of a few games and then become something better, which is a cool prospect, but in terms of balancing, I don't know how you'd keep that up. No, you're good. I mean, multiplayer is a completely different beast from campaign. The multiplayer stuff they use is Total Tavern, I believe, just the mod multiplayer, like, map pack. Yeah, but again, it's not even... Total War is not a multiplayer game. Total War is, like, straight up a completely different ecosystem where campaign is very laxed and, you know, you can spam certain things and pretty much be AFK. Multiplayer is a very dialed in numbers game. Where at the highest levels, it's very much about knowing the entire game thoroughly in terms of what trade values you can kind of like throw where. It's a numbers game, for sure. You gotta understand every army and your own pretty thoroughly. Oh, they do, yeah. No, multiplayer with the tournament scene and stuff like that, like the higher levels of play, seemingly is popular, but it still is small compared to, like, campaign. Like, the campaign audience of Total War is infinitely bigger than, like, a few thousand viewers in, like, a tournament. But that's still pretty impressive for a niche thing, for sure. Cool. Let's work on another hand weapon. Maybe a great weapon. Throw the great weapon in the unit. This isn't gonna fit, though. Well, Cav is good, but usually how Cav works is you need to micro them pretty hard because you want that charge bonus. Cavalry is very much about pinpoint striking, not so much like progressive fighting. Your big blocks of infantry with like shields and shit can just sit there and do whatever they want, but cavalry typically benefits from like micromanagement because they have the ability to micro. Bear, hello, sir. Yeah, that's usually how it works. And again, thank you for the follows, folks. I see you guys. Thank you. Dwarves have good artillery. In Total War, I mean, in Tabletop, they're pretty alright. They used to be a bit better. Right now in Tabletop, Cathay is kind of like the big bad of artillery. Apparently they're the most broken thing right now, because they are the newest. Yeah. Well, in Total War, artillery is good if you buff it. I mean, in Tabletop, same deal. But, like, you know, for the sake of, like, multiplayer dwarves, engineers are kind of cheapish, and they've got good buffs, like artillery, not artillery, sorry, like accuracy, reload, stuff like that. I mean, artillery is always such a fickle thing in games, because it's very much, if it's in front of me, I'm going to do something. If it's not, I'm going to have a problem. Right? Some people don't give you the time of day to kind of pelt them with artillery, and so that value just goes to zero, right? Because the goal of artillery is to force the enemy to do something, but also kill a few things. It is increasingly hard. Every new edition of, like, Total War, every DLC pack, you find yourself kind of struggling with backline protection. There's just so many new units that come out that just shit on you for the sake of dwarves. But yeah. You're either forcing certain movements or you're actually hitting like targets that you want to hit. Artillery mostly is better in campaign anyways, where like the AI just kind of walks into you repeatedly, and then, you know, any piece of artillery gets value. In multiplayer, it can be devastating, but it's incredibly hard to play well. You've got tons of things gunning for your cannons, which you have to, like, shadow with Slayers and, you know, Thunderers. Or not Thunderers, but, like, Grim Delvers and stuff. Devastating, but they need babysitting. Yeah, well, you can put them on, like, severe flanks. Even in, like, tabletop, typically artillery would be on, like, very severe flanks, or you'd find, like, a hill in the middle of your deployment and put them up there because they have more range. They have, like, free reign over the map. They're not hindered by anything, but, no, I've certainly won games with artillery. Like, being alive. If you've got an engineer that can just restock ammunition repeatedly, it's pretty nuts. Like, they can change battles completely. But they're probably the most fickle thing in most armies in Total War. And then even in tabletop, right, with like the whole misfire table and how random the shots can be. Organ guns are pretty good. Yeah, I think they've got like an AI problem. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do in Total War, though. The beauty of Total War is that you don't have to sit down and make an army of, like, a billion different things that costs $1 billion and takes up 1 billion days. Total War is just jump in, play, have fun. Like, it's great. To think we'd even get a pretty good representation of, like, Warhammer fantasy at that, I should say, not even 40k, because 40k had Dawn of War. At this scale, in today's times, is nuts. Like, they had a few games way back when. I think it was like Shadow of the Horned Rat. They had Battle March. A few games that certainly were very, like, Total War-esque, but to get a game of that caliber today is nuts. Every mini for this army was probably... Let me see here. So 200, 300, 400, 500. You're probably looking at a little under $1,000 for a 2,000-point army. Roughly. It's insanely expensive, yeah, for sure. But you got to also realize that, like, that $1,000 can stretch pretty far. It's not like you're going to spend that $1,000 on a weekend. You can drag on the modeling, you can drag on the painting, and that's just the miniatures, because, like, on top of that, you have to get paint, you have to get things to make them. Yeah. Not every army is going to be that expensive, obviously, but some are going to be more, depending on what you want to run. It's a labor of love. But, yeah, it's not a cheap hobby, unfortunately. 3D printing is infinitely cheaper. Like, infinitely cheaper. So it just depends on what you like. Do you like the official minis? Do you like the different artists' interpretation of things? There's a lot of ways to make the hobby work for a lot less, for sure. Yeah, no one's gonna steal miniatures. Yeah, most people do go 3D printing when it comes to making Warhammer armies. You just can't really use them in a Games Workshop, but you can use them everywhere else. Some people play Kill Team, some people play Warcry. There's a billion different ways to kind of get into it. You don't have to just follow the typical, you know, buy everything at Games Workshop. Everything's got to be retail price. Well, 3D printed miniatures, unless scans of like GW stuff, which is highly illegal, they're completely different. Like, you can make your whole army 3D printed dwarves that don't look like GW dwarves, but they're still functioning the same way in game. Everyone's got their own aesthetic choice, right? Their own budgets, their own way of handling things. We should change the album. Holy moly. It's been 20 years of this album. New album. What are we listening to? Sure. Oh. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's up to you, man. Whatever you want to do is completely your choice. Everyone's got their own idea of how they want to take on content. It's up to them. Well, I've always supported artists and things like that. It's not that, oh my god, I want to give GW all my money, but I've always grown up with, like, trying to at least pay for the things I wanted. Do all your allowances, your chores, fucking go around the neighborhood, mow like 500 old people's lawns. Granny, I need $20. I gotta buy some Gretchen. Give me the money, woman. This blister pack ain't gonna pay for itself. You're gonna pay for it, witch. Things were simpler back then. Things were simpler. Oh. The Seven Seas and living off of rum. Did you see Jack Sparrow? I must have been there. Hundreds of years ago I was there, Gandalf. I battled the Kraken with me knobber. I like how this is just completely bent. What is going on here? What? The fuck? Grandpa, your axe is fucked. What is that? What is that? Are they all like that? They must be. Technically, if they're all casted from the same thing, they've all got to be bent. Which is not the end of the world, but I do want to know. Oh. There we go. It's this one. Let's see if this one's also bent. These must have been bent from like 20 years ago too then. I did not see this grown up. Then again, I guess I didn't scrutinize much like I do now. What the fuck? Holy moly. Uncle Burlickson has not had fun in a while. That's fine. It's an ancestral heirloom. It's okay. It's seen many a battles. It's been wet. It's been wetted at Torlesi many a time. It is okay. Well, if it's dwarven made, it should be. It's okay. It adds a bit of charm. And dwarves do have many a charm. Yeah, and thank you for the follows, guys. I see you all. Thank you, everyone. I see the follows, folks. The Warhammer enjoyers. The chill enjoyers. I need to put a shield on this guy's back. Yes, sir. We will be here for a little bit, but I do want to stream on the main channel, and I've got food to eat soon, because I'm getting disgustingly hungry. Jowie! It doesn't look so bad when it's in his hands. You can't really see it too much, and when they're rank and file, it's not going to matter as much, but we will remember the bent heirloom. Okay. Ooh, my spine. Does not feel good. Jowie. I think these are, like, the only formidable-looking weapons on Dwarf Warriors. When you've got, like, hand weapon and shield, it's not very scary. Even the old great weapons look pretty, demonic. Like, those are great weapons, holy shit. Swing that thing around. Good moly. Okay. I mean, you do whatever you want, brother. You do what you want to do. Do what you want. Oh, this hobby can be whatever you want it to be, sir. If you want to have rainbow dwarf flags, go for it, buddy. Ugh. This has to be cleaned. And I'm getting hungry. My lozenges for breakfast were not enough. Turns out there is no actual nutritional value in eating a Hull's lozenge. What the fuck? I need sustenance. Eggs, bacon, and pasta. Holy moly. I don't even know what I'm going to have. Maybe a bagel or something. I'm just in the need for food soon. I've got to eat soon. A morning of scraping plastic is not enough nutritional value. Is that what they eat? They eat rock and stone. Gotta have some stone bread. Yummy stone bread. Holy moly. Oh, God, I've got to do so many more things. I gotta take a break soon and just do something else. As long as I keep working on the army, it's not a crime. Because there's no way in hell you're gonna sit here and work on, like, 20 dwarf warriors at once. Everyone needs a mental break. 20 dwarf warriors, they can wait. The back-breaking bane. You need the Flash to make all your Warhammer for you? Injustice 2, that was fun. It's been a while, but that was cool. That was when the game was played. You could find games every day. Things have changed since then, obviously, but, you know, some people do want to keep up with it, and that's cool, but I've kind of moved on. Okay, let's do some sandpaper. Oh, no, I haven't. I had no interest in MK1 because it was a tag fighter. Sorry. It was an assist fighter. An assist fighter and no Kano as a main character is just gross. I would have maybe stomached it if he was like a character that I could play outside of being a tag, but they just, ugh. Going for a tag fighter is just, it's not even a tag fighter. I keep saying tag. It's an assist fighter. Yeah. MK, they did good with Kano before that, for sure. Take the deal. It's just him and his young self. It's so stupid. Take the deal. That was funny. Kano is just a loser. He's supposed to be comic relief. He's supposed to be threatening. He's just kind of like a weird mixed bag of everything. He's a bum. He's cool. He just doesn't care. Yeah, he was certainly comic relief in that movie. Yeah, he's back in the new one, though. Which I think got delayed. Quite a bit. And these great weapons, the mold lines are so awful. The weapons seem to be infinitely worse. And they're a lot more fiddly. Young me was just like, who cares glue? Who cares glue? Being thorough is a war crime. The fetid mold line. Well, Graves is very Kano-coded, but a little bit more honorable. Kano's like a very deplorable person. Kano would probably blow up a school of children for like $5. Like, it's just such a loser. Such a loser. All right. Yeah. Well, he's in it for the money. Self-preservation, money. If there's nothing to be gained, there's nothing to do. No point in participating. It's all about the money. Think about the networking. I could be with Elon Musk. The Elon Musk brain chip. The neural implants. It doesn't look so bad when it's up. Like, it is bent, but that doesn't matter. A coin scam. He'd do everything. Why wouldn't he? Yeah, this is, Dwarven Great Weapons. We gotta do a few of these for the unit. We gotta do a few hand weapons. We gotta make them look like a motley crew of, proud and noble clans dwarves. So we just have to, clean a bunch of different weapons. That's the goal. I gotta go back to the 6th edition release. I gotta pull some weapons from those guys. Color scheme? There won't really be any, like, cohesive color scheme, because I'm just gonna do, like, a bunch of different clans, but the main unifier in the army should be, because this is Zufbar, it's gonna be like a teal and a white, maybe. Defined Dowie craftsmanship, yes, the workmanship. The clans unite in scraping mold lines. By the time this is done, we would have approved 1,500 other inventions for the guilds. Are you doing Karat Kadrin? That's cool. You got the Drake Beards. Ungrim and the Drake Beards. Yeah, I've never really been a fan of, kind of having one cohesive color scheme. But there's always unifiers for sure. For a tabletop army, it makes sense. You want everything to kind of look similar. Are you playing, the Slayer Host? Or Grand Army? Well, dwarves in general don't really have a consistent theme because they're clans, and they don't typically wear, like, you know, you're working your 9 to 5, you're a blacksmith, and you're like, oh, we have to go to war? Okay, so they take off the apron and then don their armor and they're done. Most dwarves don't typically have, like, any sort of unified garb. It's more of just what they wear to work, right? The dwarves' march to war is more of a militia, so... On the right books. You're doing the Slayer Host? Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of naked dowie. That's a lot of naked dowie. Yeah, but usually there is some sort of, again, unifying color. In wargaming, you do typically want your armies to look very cohesive. I'm sure most people are just going to go based on, like, Total War. It was 5th edition. It was for Storm of Chaos. Was it? No. That wasn't 5th. That was 6th. Was it 6th? I think it was 6th edition. Storm of Chaos, yeah. 4th and 5th edition were, I think it might have been 6th. I have the book behind me. I think... Let me Google. Even now, I'm a bit curious. I want to say it's 6th edition. Yeah. Warhammer's a very long-lived thing. Storm of Chaos. I'm pretty sure it's 6th. 5th and 4th edition had a very different take on things. 6th edition. Yeah. 4th and 5th were always just straight up aesthetically different. When 6th edition rolled around, it was more of like a realistic take on aesthetic. So that's when the Hewer came out. That's when like all of the Colin Dixon Longbeards. God, man, thinking back to like 5th and 4th edition, I can't even like the visual style was just large. Everything was large. But yeah, all of those editions are, you know, I never played 4th and 5th, but I've been through the ringer. See this. Dogs of War was 5th edition, right? Dogs of War. Those should be coming back soon. Tuberculoser. The more the merrier. Edition or not, it's cool to see them all back. Or at least, hopefully soon to see them back. Right now, the Old World's a smattering of different editions and sculpts, which is cool. You've got the old heads buying up the Imperial Dwarf stock. These are my jam. I love the Imperial Dwarves. It's lovely. Dwarves with spears. I don't know of any hate for the Dogs of War. I thought they were pretty cool. Most of which were inspired by, like, different things in history. Which is cool. I believe the Perrys worked on the Dogs of War line, which were very into historicals. So whenever you've got, like, anything with sort of a real-world counterpart, the Perrys dialed those in a little bit. A lot of goofy things as well. There was so many stupid names for, like, characters from the Dogs of War. God, what was it? There was a really, really stupid one. Oh, man. I forgot, man. It's been so long. Border Princes? Well, the border princes, I don't know who would complain about them. I mean, the only thing people really complain about, I'm sure, these days are rules. But, I have no clue, man. I don't see that negativity, personally. I think the biggest complaint in the old world right now is definitely Cathay. That I do see. In terms of a hobby, I don't think many people complain, but, like, gameplay is different. Whenever the game is being talked about, it's always a numbers thing, so, like, yeah, some things just won't really work out well. They're just a little bit overtuned. And they are overtuned. Man, this is so awful. Prague. We're in Altdorf, IRL in Germany. There is a very big community of LARPers, I think, in German, or not in German, in Germany and in Russia. Those two places, I believe, have, like, the biggest Warhammer Fantasy LARP scene. More so Russia. It would make sense, though, that, like, out of Germany there'd be something, but people love their stuff. Live action roleplay. Like, they you dress up as, like, Skaven and other things, and you just kind of beat each other up. It's involved cosplaying, essentially, is what it is. Yeah. Is it? Yeah, Drakenfest. That's cool. You know, have you seen the Warhammer Fantasy LARP things that they've been releasing? They partnered with a studio to release a lot of, like Landschnet Empire garb, and they did Galmaraz, which was cool. I forgot what the website was called, but you can pretty much buy, like, Empire garb. You can buy Galmaraz. I think you can even buy, like, a Runefang. And if for whatever reason that takes off and you can end up buying, like, Dwarven helmets and shit like that, that'd be dope as hell. Galmaraz. The Dwarven-made hammer. The Skull Splitter. Well, you lose some money and it collects dust on a shelf and you can pretend to be Sigmar. You can do that. Apparently there was a leak regarding, like, 40k stuff coming out before the end of the year, and they wanted to do a life-size replica of the Codex Astartes, which is interesting. If you're a big Space Marine fan, you can have a big book, a big replica book. I mean, there's a lot of, like, iconic things in Warhammer that deserve replicas of, but, like, in terms of what people are going to buy, it's, yeah, yet to be seen. I think they recently did like a bunch of cease and desists for like people making Space Marine helmets, and then a day later they brought out their own. I wouldn't say it's I would say it's cool, man. It's up to people in terms of what they want to buy, but shitting on fan projects is never fun. It's pretty awful. But then again, it's, you know, making profit out of something you don't own, a little bit weird, but yeah. I guess we're gonna see. I have no idea. Yeah, I've got no clue. It's supposed to be official, like a 1-to-1 scale. Life-size Horus. I don't know how big that book is. All I know is I've read something on it, so that's it. You know, 40k Space Marine fans are being milked. We need more money. But you know what? They can provide product, and if people like it, they can go and buy as much as they want. Like, I'm going to be getting that new Gotrek and Felix box, because that is nuts. That's so awesome and straight up my alley. But, you know, everyone likes what they like. There's no real way to clean this. Well, there's always a way to clean this, but trying to get everything perfect on some of these arms is just rough. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, that one's great. That was 30th anniversary. 30th anniversary model. And they made those in gold. Actually, they did store... They sent them to stores. One per store, and it was a commemorative thing for, like, the case. Regardless, it is a good time to be a Warhammer Fantasy fan. To be able to get new merch, new miniatures, new lore. Holy fuck, it's a good time to be a fantasy fan. As much as I want to say the golden age was, you know, 2000s, I mean, right now it's looking pretty good. It is looking pretty good. This is just done for now. I can't do any more with this. I'll revisit it later when I'm getting to gluing. Another dwarf weapon. Crafted by ogre hands. Sacrilegious. Cool. So this is going to go here. And now we've got another Dwarf Warrior. Be in a big block of unmovable combat static nonsense. Oops. The lads. All right, so those are good. What would be next? Preferably not another great weapon. These things are so awful to clean. This one's actually really easy to clean. There's, like, not nearly as many notches. Okay, sure. And then it'll go on this guy. Holy moly. Great weapon, Dowie. Cool. I am going to need to replace my blade very soon. This blade is getting crusty. Super crusty. Not really, man. No. I wouldn't say so. I don't think that's even a thing anymore. Unless you're at a tournament and everyone's, like, super anal. Yeah, I wouldn't say so. People are just happy to have the game back, I think is the number one thing. You know? Since there are so many different things in Warhammer Fantasy, or, like, for the sake of the old world, no one's gonna give you shit, man. No one's gonna be like, you have to have shields, you have to have this if you know, do them. Because I'm going to be doing a mismatch of, like, for Dwarf Warriors, you've got typically hand weapon and shield, great weapon and shield, or just great weapon. I'm just going to build all the options and put them in a unit, and it's a hodgepodge of clan warriors. So, you know, no one's going to give you shit if you had handguns and said, I want to use them as crossbows. No one cares. The hobby should come first and foremost. What is your favorite miniature? I have no clue. If I could tell you, I totally would, but I genuinely don't know. That's a tall order. Well, some people do want what you see is what you get, but, like, who's gonna want to play with you, man? Yeah. Shoddy crossbows. I mean, look, I haven't played a game in a while, but from what I've seen and heard and how hobbying typically works is that most people, I'm sure, don't care these days. The amount of work and effort it takes to build an army, you know, what human being is going to, like, attack you over not having the right loadout for, like, your units, you know? If you want to try different things. Yeah. As long as it's not like complete turbo proxying and everything is just like a completely different thing, like 24/7. I don't think most people are gonna care too much about like unit loadouts. Half the things look the same anyways. You know, I thought about magnetizing everything for this army because it's mostly going to be a gaming army with still conversions and stuff in it, but yeah, I think as long as your army isn't like completely proxied out, or every unit in your army is not like, you know, this is something else, this is something else, like you can be pretty lenient with it, right? I don't mind Age of Sigmar. The Caradron stuff I don't mind. Next year we're supposed to be getting a new dwarf army. The classic, like, dispossessed, the guys who fled from like fantasy and never really evolved. So we're gonna see how that goes. Proxying is when you basically say, this is going to be like, proxying is when you take a unit and you make it something else for the sake of gameplay purposes. Like, this is a proxy for a crossbow guy or something, right? Or you take like a Teletubby and you make it like a knight, and you're like, I'm proxying a Teletubby as a knight. There's a level of like leniency with all that stuff, but I think for the most part, if you do the hobby, you're mostly going to have the things you want on the tabletop. You may want to use the rules for something else, and that's fine, but yeah, again, I don't think it's a big problem as long as it's not like 24/7. It's hard to understand what units are what, basically. That's why. You have to always kind of note down what things have and tell your opponent what's going on. It's a little bit easier to kind of look at a miniature and say, this is what they are, but yeah. I don't think it's a bad thing, but I know for some people it can be maybe confusing. Caradron version? Yeah, that was an anniversary mini, I believe. It's the guy with the big backpack. Big booze backpack. I think I have him somewhere. I might still have him. I'm literally looking at him right now. Yep, I see him. Unopened. Jacob Bugmanson. Second. Okay. It's easier to maneuver without getting TOS broken. All right. Where is he? Jacob Bugmanson, the 7th. Brewmaster General. Now, this mini is awesome. Yeah. $40! Yep. I never made them. When I sold my Caradron stuff, I kept the commemorative minis, so I've got, like, the, I've got the guy who has, like, the little mini ship. Oh, sorry, is this 9? Is this 9th? Did I say 7th? My brain's off, sorry. This is 11. X is 10, 1 is 1. This is 11. Yeah. The 11th. It's a cool mini. The fact that you get, like, an alternate head sculpt is dope. This is just... none of this matters. Whatever you want to do with the paint scheme. I mean, this is just, like, a very bare bones, you know, some of the colors. Yeah. Cool mini, though. He's very big, so if you want to use him in, like, Old World, he might be a bit massive. Oh, did you really? That's awesome. Post it in the Discord. We have a pickup section where you can enable other people to spend money. Post it in the pickup section. Look what I got. Go buy it too. Buy it all. I don't think I've been coerced into buying a Christmas box since I was a child. My favorite army boxes way back when were the ones that had, like the actual army boxes, or the battalion boxes, I think is what they were called. It wasn't the battle forces. I have one of them sealed. Yeah, the big old dwarf army boxes from Fantasy, and the Orcs and Goblins ones. Those were so cool, because they came with, like, limited edition metal minis. I love them. And you had so many miniatures to work with. Is it really? Damn. It's like a complete army in one. Post it. If you want to post anything in the Discord, go for it. If you buy anything, post it. If you paint anything, post it. Share in the love of the hobby. .3D printing is good, yeah. 3D printing is good for a variety of reasons. Budget, creativity, liking certain things. Rainsden, hello, sir. I've got no clue. I used Blender for a little bit, but I'm not, like, well-versed in it. Excuse me. Yeah, peace, man. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. No. Next week. Next week. No clue what we're doing. I have no idea. Next week. I have been out of the loop a little bit with health, with everything, with this channel, with cleaning. I've taken more of like a mental, physical break for a bit. Obliterate, thank you, sir. Take it easy, man. Yeah, it'll be next week. We'll pretty much be back to normal for the first, like, sometime in the first week of December. Yeah, we gotta prepare the wheel, prepare the room, prepare the games. Just, we have a lot of stuff to get back to. My back should be healed. I'm gonna say sometime next week. It should be. Like, even right now, I can still feel it, but it's manageable. It's infinitely better. I'm hoping that it goes back to normal completely, but I'm not sure. It's still a very obnoxious, dull pain, but it's very manageable compared to that first week. That was just an unlivable fucking state. Yeah. So we're much better, for sure. Yeah, Monday's going to be, Total War 3 for $15 is awesome. That's really good. Just gotta make sure you can play the other two, though. Monday, I'm gonna try and say is my final appointment, because I've gone to this guy maybe 10 times. Hoping Monday's it, if all things go well. Yeah. Oh, so you can't play... Well, it's always been DLC. Healthcare system. We pay for certain things, but most of it's just done through, like, taxes. I won't do yoga. I mean, I'll take ample breaks, but I'm not gonna fucking stretch on screen. No. Healthcare is expensive. Certain countries you gotta pay, certainly. In the US, you'd rather kind of just stay home. Some hospitals here are so bad that you just... Anytime you see reviews for a hospital, if you've never been to one in particular, there's never good reviews. I remember going to one in Montreal with Ivana at like 3 a.m. Absolute fucking misery. Disgusting. And, holy shit, man. All the reviews are like, I'd rather just stayed home and died. Like, just put me back in my bed. Let me just sleep peacefully for the rest of, existence. Some of them are very, like, understaffed and just not funded. It's a bit of a mess, but, you know, eventually you get seen. Those places are open 24/7. They do not sleep. The Quebec, yeah, I don't like it. I was there for a little bit. I thought it was one of the worst things ever. I have no comment otherwise, but yeah. It was a bit of a mess. Okay, no more politics. I'm not really right wing, left wing. Fucking Karazhan core for life. Fuck both wings. I don't know. Politics are not my thing. The world moves on and we can't do much. I just like existing. Political speech is just not for me. I'm not really ingrained in it. Posted a picture of my first unit for my Vampire Coast. That's cool. I'll take a look. Protect the French language. There was always issues... Well, in France, they tried to do... Not in France, sorry. In Quebec, they tried to do something where they wanted to, like, bring back the language, like, preserve it, which is fine. But they tried to enact some sort of law that would, like, force every piece of packaging, every sort of, like, advertising to have French front and center, which is not the case for Games Workshop products or half of the things in Quebec to begin with. I don't think that went through, and that is good. Yeah, I've got no idea. Vampire Coast. That looks pretty good, man. Those are the, those are like, what, the AOS zombies with, 3D printed bits? That's cool. They're gnarly. What are you going to run them as? Because you're playing Old World, right? Back in the day, the way to do the Vampire Coast stuff was you would take militia, Empire militia, and you'd kit bash them with like zombies. And Games Workshop actually sold those at one point as like a conversion kit that you'd buy in one go, and it would have sprues for both. Fan-made? Gotcha. That's cool. I'm Ontario, but I've been to Quebec. Same chapter. Look at all that money. The, is the Dead Silence box both kill teams? Is that what that is? Oh, you're doing Empire? Okay, well, that would make sense, because you want powder weaponry, and, like, Empire has a smattering of units, right? Like, you've got state troops, handgunners, cannons. You could pretty much do anything you want. You can have ogres. Most people can ally in ogres. Is it? That's cool. Well, enjoy, sir. That's a lot of building and painting, but enjoy. One thing at a time. Are you talking about, like, terrain building? I used to build terrain. Like Lord of the Rings stuff, I did 40. I used to... What I remember... The absolute brain rot. The last time I tried to build anything at, like, a grand scale... I tried to make a gaming table when I was a child, and instead of sand, I used rice, because I had no sand. And, it did not work. I don't know what was going on in my head, but I fucking glued rice to a big piece of wood. It's so bad. It was disgusting. Later projects were much better, but, like, that one specifically was, like, traumatizing. Yeah. Terrain is cool. I mean, I did sculpt this. The last thing I made was in lieu of, the Shadow and Flame supplement, or the Shadow and Flame supplement for, like, the early Lord of the Rings stuff. But I sculpted the pillar out of, like, milliput. And then I painted it. So that was pretty much the only thing I had done, terrain-wise, in probably, I don't know, 10 years. But terrain is cool. I just don't think I would, unless I owned a table, I don't think I'd really need to build them. You know, maybe for, like, unit fillers, you could do something like that with blocks of infantry, but yeah. I don't think you'd even replace anything with it. Like, I use rice for some reason. It was like whole grain rice, and you'd glue them down, and then the paint wouldn't stick. It was so bad. We threw away the board. That was one of them. And that was when I was a child, though, so the brain damage was very front and center. You know, there's always a YouTube video or some sort of content that gets you kind of interested in doing something. If I had a gaming table and was playing games weekly, we'd have terrain. Like, I'd try to build some or print some, or, you know, just keep it fresh. Yeah, thank you, sir. Well, some people do that. Some people build terrain for a living. People do everything for a living within, like, the miniature space. They coach, they paint, they play, they build stuff. It would be cool, though. I mean, there is a team at Warhammer World that kind of puts together dioramas and stuff like that. Rice, couscous, and other grain, just absorb it. It did not work. Yeah, it was really disgusting. I was so convinced as a child it would work, but my brain did not work back then. It was not a fully functioning brain, unfortunately. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've always kind of been artistic. I grew up with a mom who did, like, scrapbooking and crafts and stuff like that. What the fuck? You love gifting subs here, don't you? Hey, Quinn playing, thank you, man. Another 5 gifted, sir. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. Well, hopefully 5 people did get gifted a sub. That's awesome. Thank you, man. More subscriptions for the Dowie. I gotta keep the channel alive. Okay. I do plan on making YouTube content and stuff like that, so there'll be more coming out, but it's just gonna be low-key. But thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, buddy. You know, as I said, I wish I could give a spin or two for, like, gifting subs, but I have no idea what I can do right now. But I still would like to give people things for gifting subs and stuff like that, but... yeah. In time, when we figure it out... The Dwarf Channel. No need? I usually like to, though. I think it's fair. No, it would be videos, not edited stream content. Like, I want to do, the easiest things to do for Warhammer is just kind of what you've known. So I do want to try and do, I think I'll open up with maybe, like, tutorials on cleaning miniatures, maybe unboxings for, like, all the dwarf units. If people want to get into, like, Old World and, you know, I can throw my thoughts into there, having used those kits pretty much since they've been around. You know, beyond that, it might be some sort of, like, lore or battle reports, just a smattering of things. It's a hobby channel, it could be anything. But yeah, thank you, Quinn. Yeah, battle reports would be cool. Plenty of videos. Well, I can explain the process and all the tools and everything. It's always a matter of just what you use tool-wise, right, and how you do things, but... the dwarves in 40k are more of, like, abhumans, so they're a strain of human, but they're more of, like, stunted or mutated, you could say. Created. They're not like traditional dwarves, where they're kind of just born a dwarf. It's more of just becoming something to kind of suit your environment type of deal with 40k. AOS. I don't even have an AOS army anymore. I used my fantasy army during the beginning of, like, AOS, but after that it was gone. And then I've just played on Tabletop Sim trying to build out an army, but the army I was building thankfully got canned by GW, so, like, you can't even play it, so I just stopped building it. But now I'm pretty much dialed in because the old world's back, and there's no reason not to be kind of, like, wanting to play old world games, having played, like, fantasy back in the day. These are not 3D printed now. These are just plastic kits. You can 3D print, though, if you want. You can do whatever you want. It is your hobby. break off the blade. Changing the blade, depending on the blade, I mean, the GW one is pretty easy. You just kind of crank it. And then it comes out. Oh, do a bit more. Oh, sorry, you have to push it. You crank it, and then you push it. And then it comes out. Yeah. Depends on the blades, though, right? Like, well, not the blades, it's more so the handles. All the handles kind of function differently. You like what you like, and you use what you've got. Should be good. Technically, any handle is good. Blades, not the case, because sometimes they're just different in terms of shape and use. Yeah. It is whatever works for you. This should be good. This should be good enough for now. 4 semi-cleaned dwarf warriors. So this guy goes here. And I think the biggest thing now would be to try and work on the shields, but might save that for another time. The dwarf warrior shields. Oops. I am gonna need 20 dwarf warriors, and I've got fucking 4 of them. Oh, God. They're not even done yet. I just use sticky tack to gauge what I'm working on. You can kind of see them all up here. So the idea is to basically finish something and then sticky tack it together just to get the gist of like the posing. And when it comes to finishing the miniature, it's going to be basically saying like, hey, this pose is good, glue it. Hey, this pose needs to be refined, you know, swap out an arm. Yeah. It's a good mental bit as well to kind of see everything together, even if they're not glued. So you can kind of like track your progress. But we've got about 10 handgunners kind of done. 4 dwarf warriors done. I have to do 10 more handgunners, 16 more dwarf warriors. I have to do like 4 war machines, 4 gyrocopters, 4 doom seekers, just a bunch of stuff. Yeah. You can magnetize things for Mordheim. I used to solder things in like high school. Gyro bombers, no. Apparently they're like okay, I guess, but most gyros are pretty okay from what I've seen. It'll just be 4 scout gyrocopters because I'm playing X-Force. So it'll be 4 clatter guns. Although a steam gun wouldn't be so bad, but we'll see. Most of it is just kind of devising what they're supposed to look like because I typically don't like things out of the box. I try to modify everything I can. So trying to come up with like a scout gyrocopter aesthetic, even though they tell you in the book kind of how they would make it. I'm not sure. Okay, so what do I work on now? Do have 4 more bodies that I could turn into warriors. But ideally down the line, I just kind of have everything. Scout gyrocopters, gyro bombers, brimstones, steam guns, you know, handgunners, quarrelers, whatever, right? Like rangers. If the dream stays alive, I'll be able to play all 3 of the armies. The Grand Army, the Slayer Army, the Engineering Army, and the Royal Clans. Or that's 4. But it's, that's a lot of hobbying and quite a bit of money. So we'll see how that goes. I don't use accelerators now. I don't really do too much metal making in terms of minis. This army has about 6. I do have an accelerator, but, like, I prefer not to use them. For a quick fix. Oh, you could do anything with blue tack. I mean, blue tack's pretty good. You've got, like, museum tack, which is a bit better, but a bit more expensive stuff. It doesn't really leave any residue, which is good, but yeah, it just depends on what you do with your hobby. Some people prefer, again, magnets. I think if you've got, like, the modularity of, like, a small warband, so, like, for Kill Team or... Well, does Kill Team have different weapons, or is everyone kind of like what you see is what you get? Mordheim, different story, though, for sure, but... Magnetizing armies, within a reasonable extent, yeah, that wouldn't be so bad. But yeah, for glue, I use Tamiya, and then I use, whatever the fuck this is for super glue. Instacure. Yeah. Advanced hobbies. This is at, what mall is that? It's like a... This mall is so dinky. This is a dinky mall. But this is the glue I typically use. Yeah. And most glues you can technically find anywhere. If you want super glue, you can find that literally anywhere. If you want plastic glue, it's a little bit more precise, like miniature stores. You do end up magnetizing too many. Yeah, for sure. Oh, for Kill Team you do? Gotcha. I figured the minis were kind of like one and done, but maybe I'm wrong. Magnets. I would say, for the sake of magnets, I don't... well, it just depends on the army size, right? And, like, what you're doing. I feel like with certain projects, you may need, like, a shit ton of magnets. Yeah. I don't know. You can find them around, right? Like, people typically in hobbies don't want to spend too much, and I don't blame them. It's just whatever works for you. What do I work on? How about some more hand weapons? Let's do 8 warriors. Let's do this one and this one. Excuse me. Do I want to do passive poses? I mean, technically, if it's a dwarf warrior, you can literally do anything you want. So I could do something like this. I could give him this hand weapon. And then I can pick up this one. And now he's a dual-wielding dwarf warrior. Hang on. Yeah, I want to make him dual-wield. Sir. And it's with the Thunderer body, so it's not even meant to be. So it's, like, really weird. Yeah. That's the beauty of dwarf warriors. Any sort of clans dwarf, I mean, as long as you've got some shields up front, I mean, the rest of the guys are just itching for a fight. This. There you go. That's pretty cool. He's a soon-to-be slayer. And then you give him a big shield on his back, and he's good to go, right? Like this. There you go. Nothing's gonna stop him and his ancestral weapons. Yeah. Well, it's just, you know, for a fantasy setting when you've got guys marching off to war with, like, heirlooms that they've kept above the fireplace for, you know, God knows how many, hundreds of years. Yeah, it's all fantasy fun, right? And this guy doesn't have to be at, like, the front rank. He could be itching to get into the fight. Yeah, so... The goal is to make them all unique, but at least have, like, shields in the front rank. Even though typically when it comes to shield walls, you've got, like, guys who kind of replace each other with shields. But I do want to make them a bit unique and a bit fun. All the dwarves are individuals, after all. Shitting me. One sec. Where did that go? It kind of looks like the dude from the new Warhammer Quest box. He's like, we've got that many at home. We've got that guy at home. Yeah, that's fun, though. I think we'll do that. That looks cool. Yeah. Historical, I think for the sake of doing like Warhammer and stuff, it's interesting to go back and kind of read through it if you're not like a big history buff like I am, but a lot of people like this stuff. No, you're good, buddy. Technically, you could make left-handed shields. Not every dwarf is going to be right-handed. If you chop this away and then just put a shield here, that absolutely works, actually. That's cool. I should do that, come to think of it. You know what? I think I'm just going to do that instead of the dual wield. So I can chop this open. Chop this, remove the cord. Is it a cord? I think it's a bracelet. And then just put the shield upside down, removing the emblem. And you've got yourself like a right-handed shield. Yeah, exactly. It's sky's the limit. You could do anything you want. It's your Warhammer. It would make sense that you'd have kind of a varied group of dwarves anyways. I think I'm actually going to do that right now. Let's do it. That's a good random bit of variety. So what we would do... is chop it like this. Like this. Let's just see what it would look like. A rapier-wielding dwarf. I think I'd put him with, like, spears. If you've got a big shield wall, I'm assuming you just kind of jet spears out of him. For me, that might make the most sense, but this is going to be weird with the arm. Wouldn't it interfere with the guy on the other side? Possibly, possibly. It's, at the end of the day, they're just a bunch of ragtag dudes. When war calls, you answer. The Dowie answer. And yes, we do have a bit of warhammering, sir. Let's do this. Let's just see what this looks like. Before I thoroughly commit to anything, Imperial dwarves do. Yeah, those who are in Imperial society. It could be something like this. That's pretty much what it would look like, which is pretty cool, to be honest. I think it's a good alternative. It still is a dwarf warrior, instead of like the very typical sec. Typically, if you build standard, like, shielded dwarf warriors, they're just going to look like this. With a variety of, like, shield options, but there you go. There's kind of a... And you're just going to throw them in the back rank. You can put them in the front rank, but... Yeah, the goal is that all the dwarves come together in the time of need, so... Left hand, right hand, don't matter. Yes, cause I got me no. Thank you for the follow, by the way. You can adjust things by, like, thoroughly chopping them. If you don't want to use too much green stuff, a lot of it's just kind of like hand rotations, arm rotations. Yeah, there's a lot of rotating of things. You can, I mean, to be fair, these two kits were kind of meant to be bashed together. They were made at the same time. So, like, this torso is meant for the handgunners or the crossbows, the ranged weaponry. So the left arm is a little bit more outwards, where you can kind of... I'll just do this. It's meant to take, like, a ranged weapon and hold it upright, but instead of doing that, you know, you can take, like, an axe bit and then put it like this, so he's kind of thrusting it out forward. And then with this arm, this weapon arm was supposed to be for an axe, and then instead you chop it off, you shave it down, and since the shield hands are kind of like universal, you would shave the emblem off the front so it's not upside down, and then you'd put it like this. And then you'd have like a unique at-ease warrior. Or someone who's like bashing on a shield, right? So you don't really need green stuff for this at all, it's more of just like adjustments, but it's fun. You should have quite a few different dwarves, although it would take a bit of time to kind of figure it out, but yeah. You can reuse these for things, yeah. What I would do with this one is I would probably shave off the hand, or maybe just use the hand somewhere else. Like, you could put it on a different arm, you could clean the hand off and make it so it's more of like a thing mounted on his back. There's a million alternative, like, options. It's just a matter of kind of seeing them and then cleaning them up. I do like this, though. That's fun. Let's do that one for the next Dwarf Warrior. Ball and chain. There was a video where a guy went through the weapons on YouTube. He's like, what would a dwarf in a real situation be using? The range is the problem. The fact that dwarves in Warhammer Fantasy use all of these stubby little, like, tools, it's not helping much, but, like, they get the job done. Anything that can protrude out of, like, a shield wall and have you just sit there and, like, poke things to death, most likely the best thing. But it's a very Warhammer thing to kind of have, like, a race of underground beings kind of use their tools of the trade to kill you. Oh, you've roused me from hammering my goddamn shield. I'm just gonna bash you with the hammer now. Yeah, it's very wholesome. Flail. Well, they'd bash your knees out, yeah. Yeah, completely. Oh, yeah. The Dwarven game plan is usually sit in a shield wall, pelt the living fuck out of something that's walking towards you, and, that's pretty much it. The goal is to not move and to have the enemy come to you. So ideally, by the time they get to you, it's just kind of like a bloodbath. Did you have fun with the cannons and the handguns and the crossbows? And the rune magic? Enjoy a bunch of unshowered, unmoving blocks of stone. Shit. Well, they've got shotguns. They've got grudge rakers and things like that. But, that would be a fun unit to see in tabletop. We don't have them right now. A named character had one way back when, but we don't currently do. The more the merrier, I say. Right. I think this is going to be it for me, folks. Ooh. Who was it who invented the Grudge Raker? Was it Grim Burlickson? I can't remember who invented it. It might have been Grim. Which, yeah, at this point, his father is still kind of like chief. So, you could still, like, chances are for the old world, the issue is that they will be going back in and kind of, like, bringing things back or saying, like, oh, in a different hold, this happened. But I'm not sure. The number one thing they're going to play off of for sure is, they're going to try and play off of Total War. That's the number one thing. Like, Malachi didn't invent the Thunder Barge, but he has his own little version of it, you know? So. There's always these generational lies. It's like, oh, I saw this at one point, and this is mine, and it's like, no, it's not. But yeah, who knows? Not close, sir. Not even remotely close. Not even remotely close. Man. This is such a scuffed way at viewing it, but it still works to a degree. It's so awful, but, you know, it is what it is, unless you're gluing it immediately. It is what it is. For the sake of the dwarves, a lot of what we've seen in terms of firearms is usually like, what, caps lock, wheel lock. I wouldn't be surprised if you could literally just still model on, like, anything. Like, I'm pretty sure even in, like, Vermintide, they've used flintlock. Dwarven technology is weird because it's all very handed down in a way. They don't really want to, you know, necessarily get with the times. If it was good for my grandfather, it's good for me. And then you've got the more inventive ones who are kind of looking to be a bit more progressive and, hey, let's do this, let's do that. And it's like, no. So for the sake of, like, dwarven technology, it's just all over the place. Like, it really just is. It's everywhere. The traditionalists will hold on to those things, and then others who are a bit more bold might take to the field with something else. Yeah. Well, dwarves value tradition, right? It's, in a sense, you spit on your ancestors if you're using some newfangled technology. That's the idea. Very conservatist. Bunch of misers. I may shave a bit of this beard off. I think I'd have to shave the beard. Shave the... Oh, God, he's shaving the beard. He's shaving the beard. Or I could just use a different body. Let's try using a different body so I don't have to shave anything. I think this should be much better, actually. Not the beard. Okay. I mean, that looks like a pretty fun pose if it works. I don't even know, why do they have the axes up like this? What are you doing? Go. And then you've got it like this. Something like that, yeah. Any sort of pose works. That looks pretty cool. Once it's glued together, obviously, but that's fun. Ugh. Once it is put together. And then if you put them side by side with this guy, it should look pretty alright, yeah? Like, how do you even... I don't know how you'd reach. How would you reach anyone with those things? They're pretty stubby. They're short. Sacrilege. Repeater crossbows. By the gods, we don't like those. If my ancestor has to crank it, so will I. In more ways than one. Alright, everyone, that is going to be it for me. I am done for now. Oh! We are finished. Finished. So, I'm going to go have some lunch, and then I'll be on the main channel. Alright? So, I will see you guys in probably an hour if you do want to join me on the main channel. If not, that is fine. We may be back on tonight, but I doubt it. My schedule's pretty terrible. The goal is to kind of get back to normal for, like, the first week of December. I want to say the 1st of December, but I don't know if I could do that. That's pretty soon. But roughly the first week. I did see that video too, yeah, that was a while ago. Half the stream! No, you're good, buddy. We're here, I mean, we just chisel away at things and yap. It's not really a stream. It's more of like a little, podcast with, like, random scrapings. But yeah, so we've got a Discord if you want to join that, chat it up. All the links are below stream. There's a YouTube channel, there's a Twitter, there's all that stuff. But yeah, with that being said, everyone be well. Take care, and I will be on the main channel within the hour. Alright, everyone, so peace, peace. And I will see you guys then. Take care.